the alternate pages, you can see the drawing by the kid and then the object that we made. So if you guys want to enter, go to the ticket desk and ask for a Kids Design Glass entry form. Oh, it doesn't matter. If you win, it's a contest, so lots of kids do lots of drawings. But if we pick yours, we'll call you up. We've done Skype with people, when we make them. So if you're in Florida, that's not a problem. So now we've handed the sculpture over to Pearl Dick, our guest artist. Yes. So as Pearl shapes the glass, Sarah, standing up, holds a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Glory hole operates on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Now you can see there's this head taking shape. simple metal tools to sculpt that bubble. That's hollow. In her hand now, she has a propane and oxygen torch, and she's just heating up the part she wants to ship. The torch allows her to focus the heat in a particular place. We can get that part, just that part of the glass hot and soft and not distort any of the rest of it. The glass is softer than it looks. You watch. Whenever they stop turning it, the glass starts to sag, and you'll see them turn it 180 degrees in the other direction and let it sag back on center. So when she stops to shape something, every time they stop turning the pipe, the thing starts to slowly sag a little. Has anybody got any questions? Colors of glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. What we do here is we buy colored glass, already colored, and we melt it onto our glass. Nope, 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 nope. There's no colored glass in those furnaces. We buy colored glass in the form of powders, or bars, or chips, and then we melt that onto our glass. So it's a layer, separate layer of color. Well, you put the color in when you first cook it up. So the glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. If you cook those together, you get clear glass. If you take sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, then you cook that up and you get blue glass. Chromium green, a little bit of gold red. You can even color glass with uranium. Uranium gives you a color pretty close to this. Any sand will make glass. The whiter the sand is, the clearer the glass will be. But if you could go to just any beach and grab a shovel, that you could make glass with it, but it would be a little tinted. put some of Pearl's work up on the big screen. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of our guest artist work, Pearl Dick. Pearl started out as a painter and then moved into glass. She's been working glass for 25 years. She's currently the artistic director at the Firebird Community Arts Center, and she also does some interesting work with kids who are victims of traumatic violence. So she has a kind of art therapeutic program, and she works with the kids in glass, and she works specifically with kids who have been exposed to trauma through violence. left, we're doing what's called a color overlay. Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass. Gabe has heated up some of the colored glass, and we're melting a layer of the colored glass over the clear glass. So we put up the color overlay drawing. If you look up on the big screen, so we make a bubble of clear glass, we drop on a big wad of whatever color we want it to be. We smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble, and then we dip it in more clear glass. So if you look at this example here, it looks orange, but if you cut through it, you see it's just that thin layer. In a big factory, if we were going to make 1,000 orange bowls, then they would melt the colored glass in the big furnace and just dip into it. But here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a purple thing. So we color each piece individually, and then we can have any color we want, anytime we want. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? We put up the picture of Pearl's drawing. So this is the drawing by the artist of the sculpture that she's going to make today. She's making the white head right at this moment. Then we're going to make the black head. We put up the color overlay drawing once again. They blow a bubble of clear glass, that's number 1 on the left. And then they smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. And then we dip it in more clear glass. Now Sarah is shaping the glass with a tool called the block, B-L-O-C-K. It's made out of wood. Stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, nor does it leave any marks as we shape the glass. Pearl has now got she's gone around the corner to our powder booth where we sift the powdered colored glass onto the sculpture. So we sift it on, and then she's taking just an ordinary whisk broom and wiping it off where she doesn't want the color. So she does these kind of things to give it a little texture and also to accent the features. I think it's more about once Pearl finishes the white head, we're going to put it in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out again and stick the parts together. We're going to put a little more powder on the head. Can we play the powder video after this? So right now, the powder's just lightly stuck on there. You can just brush it off with the whisk broom.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available
turn the
and can
volume
be very
down a little?
versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Next thing we're going to do is transfer the head from the rod it was originally sculpted on, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punch. You can't stay too long. If it's out of the fire too long, it gets too cold and it could crack. The bubble to make a hollow object, or bubbles like for decoration? Bubbles for decoration. We blow a bubble of glass, and we have a 5-gallon bucket with a mixture of water and baking soda. And we dip it in really quick. The water evaporates, leaves a layer of baking soda around the glass bubble. And then we dip it in more molten glass. The baking soda gases up and makes the bubble. But when you're baking, the baking soda makes the little holes in breads and cakes. If you looked at them really close, it's not solid, it's a little. So that's what they use it for in baking. And we use the same thing in glass for bubble. So we've transferred the head from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the top while we shape the bottom, the neck. You don't want to be right behind him because you just see his back. You want to be a little bit at an angle so you can see what his hands are doing. So we're going to trim off a little bit of the neck. So we're making this part you see right here. We're going to trim a little bit of that off. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissor. Hi, how are you guys? We are making this sculpture right here. The woman sitting at the bench is Pearl Dick, our guest artist. And the other people working on the floor are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glass blowers. So when we have a guest artist like Ms. Dick, she leads the team, and then our guy's assistant. So we're making 2 of these heads. So the bubble for the next head is being prepared over there. Our team will prepare the bubble for her. They'll hand it to her. She'll sculpt the head. You guys have any questions? Our museum policy as far as masks go is you're not required to wear one if you're vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, we ask that you do. And if you want to wear one, even though you're vaccinated, we're cool with that as well. So we're going to put that head in that silver oven. That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and stick it on. You guys have any questions? There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. They run at 2,300 degrees. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, they run at 2,100. That's a glass furnace. That runs at 2,100. So all the furnaces of the same type run at the same temperature. Everybody, what form does glass come in? We get it in a form called batch, and a batch is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients, all proportions, and ready to cook. And so we just shovel that into the furnace, we cook it overnight, and in the morning it's a tank full of glass. So for those who came in a little later, our guest artist is Pearl Dick, and we're making this sculpture here. We've already finished this head here. It's sitting in that oven staying warm. Now they're preparing the bubble for the black head. These guys are making the tubular parts that will become the extended vent. Look in the center. Gabe heating up a pipe. Hot glass only sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we get the glass out of the furnace, we have to heat up the tip of the pipe. Otherwise, if we just took a cold steel rod, stuck it in there, pull it out, there'd be nothing on it. All the glass in our furnaces is clear. It has no color. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Once that glass cools off, it'll be as clear as your eyeglass. That's how we start almost every hollow object that we make. Whether we're making a sculpture of a head or a wine glass or a lampshade, that's called capping. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? So right now, in the center, Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The little scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, nor does it leave any marks as he shapes the glass. And really what we're trying to do now is just make the thing nice and even, maybe push glass forward or backward a little bit, but we're not yet making the shape of the actual object. Making the, yes, well he's gonna make, this is gonna be the black head. I didn't hear it. I don't think so. What you probably heard is when we're finished with these pipes, we put them in a metal bucket, and the glass sort of contracts and cracks off the pipes. So every once in a while you hear a little crack. That's usually either from something that we trimmed on the floor or something in one of the pipe buckets. But the glass actually just pops off the metal pipe when it cools. So that's back to glass only sticks to hot steel, not cold steel. So we have to heat the tips up before we gather it, but yet we can roll on that steel table and it doesn't stick there because that's cold. Say that again? Yeah, possibly. I mean, the risks of it breaking are mostly when the piece gets too cold. And by too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So, so that could happen, when it's on the pipe, when we're breaking it off. It could happen at any time. You always got to keep these things warm while we're working them. Every once in a while, the steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take it over there. That T-shaped trough is called the pipe cooler. And we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Yes. Hmm. It will look like that. No. These are individual sculptures. Yes. Yes. They were sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface. Uh, when we work with the powdered colored glass, we have to do it in a ventilated booth. So they go around the corner to the ventilated booth, and we're sifting colored powdered glass onto the surface. So when it comes out, it looks kind of dry. And then we put it in the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt it on. Sure what you're referring to. Yeah. They're making. Yes, yes. Sorry, I was following you. Yeah. So, do you see the different colored tubes? Yeah, so they're making one of those. So they're making those for the center bench. Gabe is preparing the bubble for our guest artist to sculpt. And probably, I don't know, see what time it is. Oh, we might assemble it before lunch, but we'll see. We're going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. That excess glass, we'll save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. Oh, when we gather, when we dip it in to coat it with another layer of glass, the bubble has to be kind of stiff. Because if it was hot and soft, we dip it into the big furnace, the bubble could collapse. It's soft. So we let it get pretty cold and pretty stiff. And by cold, I mean like 1,000 degrees. And so he's just blowing air on it to hurry it up. You can really only color the glass itself when you first cook it up from the raw ingredients. The things that color glass are mostly metals. If you cook it up with cobalt, you get blue, chromium green. If you cook it up with a little gold, you get red. So it's not always the color that you would expect. If you cook it up with copper, you cook it one way, it turns turquoise. If you cook it a different way, it turns blood red. Same copper. So what we do here, we only have clear glass in our furnaces. We buy colored glass in the form of these bars, and we melt a layer of colored glass onto our clear glass. For this project, we're sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface and melting. So there's no colored glass in the furnace. We're using this colored glass that we buy. But they cook it up from scratch with the metal oxide. Color that you see, that orangey color, is the glow from the heat. The bubble that our artist, Pearl, is working with, that's going to be black. It certainly doesn't look black now. But the color's already on there. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down. The orange glow disappears and they're gray again. So that's the same physics as you're seeing here with the glass. So now in the center, our artist, Pearl Dick, she's starting to sculpt the head. So now you can see she's made a division between the neck and the skull. And so she just uses simple metal tools to manipulate the glass. At this point, that head is hollow. Started from a round bubble, and now she's shaping. Anybody got any questions? So now, Pearl is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jack. She's making a sharp crease in the glass, and that sharp crease will be the place where she'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. So our guest artist today, in addition to making her sculptures and her painting, she works with kids who are victims of violence in Chicago, and she has a kind of art therapeutic program utilizing glass blowing as kind of a vocational therapy. So she works with therapists, she works with the kids who have been traumatized by violence. And it's called Project Fire. And we have a little short intro video. Can we put up the Project Fire video?
Glass blowing is particularly effective in working with students who've been exposed to traumatic experiences, partially because of the risk that's involved in working with the material. It's potentially dangerous. We're working with 2,000-degree molten material. It requires quite a level of trust to be able to work with the material.
Learn how to walk again, like, and try to run again, all that stuff, like, that was like the worst part. The bullet's still in my leg right now, like, I've been like kind of started to change my life around, like, ever since like a lot of people, I've been losing a lot of people and stuff like that. Glass blowing, I have to do that because they'll be like, you don't look like you blow glass or something like that, but I can show them better than I can tell them, like, people look at you different too, like, he ain't just trying to be out here in the streets. He trying to really do something with his life and stuff like that.
My end-all goal for the students here is that they see other opportunities for themselves in any field, in any medium, in any way. They see a sense of future.
Hey, Elena, that looks good. What do you think? That's a nice shade, huh?
So it's a very, very important program. If they accept donations, go to the Firebird Community Arts Center website, and they have a link where you can donate, help these kids out. we have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch like she's doing now, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without distorting the rest of the object. So if you just want to make the nose a little longer, you can heat that up and stretch it, and nothing else on the shape will move. The tool in Pearl's hand that she's shaping the glass with is an ordinary butter knife. Right out of your kitchen. So as Pearl shapes the head, the team over there is making these tubular parts that are kind of the neck. We're making each color separately, and then we're going to join the two, or the three of them together. So at 1 o'clock today, our guest artist Pearl Dick is going to give a talk, tell you about her work, her work with the kids, and all different stuff. And that'll be here in the hot tub. So we'll stop blowing glass, and she'll give her talk. you look up on the big screen, you can see we're sifting powder colored glass onto the surface. She brushes away the areas where she doesn't want any powdered glass. Then we go to the big round furnace, the glory hole, and we melt it on. Does anybody have any questions? You just remember that that orange is actually black. The orange color that it appears to be now is just the heat. The color, when it cools off, will be black. We're sort of making it in sections, and then we're gonna, once we get all the sections made, we'll start to join them together. So now Gabe is going to do a little trimming around the neck area of the head. He's using the torch to heat and soften the area he wants to shape. You can trim that without losing the features of the head. put up the drawing of today's sculpture? If you look on the big screen, that's what we're working on. We're making the heads separately and the tubular parts separately, and then we're going to join them together. So the two heads are made already. They're in this oven over here, staying warm. Oh no, actually we're just putting the finishing touches on the second head. Sorry. And these guys are making the tubular parts. The tubes are kind of neck parts. So we're assembling one of the necks over on that bench over there. We made each of the sections. We kept them warm in this oven over here, the garage, and one by one we're attaching. When we attach hollow bubbles like that, it's called encalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. It means to graft, like grafting with fruit trees. We put up the encalmo drawing. So that's what we call it when we take the bubbles, when they're hollow, when they're open, and we get them to the same diameter, and we stick them together. It's kind of a tricky thing to do, because you got to get them hot enough to stick. You can't get them too hot, because then they'll go out of round, and they won't match each other. Also, as soon as the two things touch, they're stuck forever. So you have only one shot to make that go in. These guys are very good at it, but it's hard. Does anybody have any questions? So for those of you who came in a little later, our guest artist is Pearl Dick in the black shirt, talking to Ben, the tall guy. She's from Chicago. She's been working glass for 25 years. She's a glass sculptor and a painter. She's a graduate of Alfred University. And she's our guest artist for 5 days. And she's working with our team of resident glass blowers to create her sculpture. The one we're working on right now is this drawing right here. We're making all the parts separately. So the heads and the little tubes all separately. And we're going to start to, now they're all pretty much made, we're going to start to assemble. So that's where we're at. We've been working since 10 o'clock. That's where we're at now. Can we put up some of Pearl's work up on the big screen? It'll give you an idea of the kind of work that she makes. That would be most similar to what we're going to make this afternoon. Anybody have any questions? We put up the sculpture drawing up on the big screen. So we're right now, we're like 2.5, 3 hours into the project. So that is the sculpture that we're making. And these tubular sections are going to get joined together to sort of make the neck. So we're going to join the two sections of the tubes. When we join two hollow bubbles like this, it's called incalmo. I-N-C-A-L-M-O. It means to graft, like you would use grafting with fruit trees, that kind of grafting. So at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Pearl Dick, is going to give a talk here in the Hot Shop. I don't know about you guys, but I know I always like the art better after I get to know the artist. So it helps you understand where they're coming from, what their intentions are, and so yeah, so it's going to be enlightening. Pearl is a great explainer of her art, so it'll be here at 1. We'll stop blowing, and we'll have the talk. The silver sleeve that Ben is wearing is made out of Kevlar. It protects his arm from the heat. The gray pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up wet newspaper. Ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. Making sure that that joint is smooth. Next thing to do is to open that wide at the end, so we really have a full hollow tube. Then we'll get into bending. You ever explode? They crack sometimes, more often. And we've had an explosion, but only once that I can remember. How hot is it there? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's hotter than the hottest volcano. now we're going to straighten out the tube on what we call the newspaper marver. It's just a sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper on top, and it allows us to straighten the thing out without leaving any marks. So we're going to drill a hole in the base. We drill the hole so that we're going to attach a pipe over that hole a little later on, and we can blow air into the sculpture even after we've removed it from the original pipe. So that's an ordinary electric drill, but chucked up in the drill instead of a drill bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten, the same metal that's in a light bulb filament. We heat up the tip of the tungsten rod, we can drill right into the hot glass. So over on the left, Gabe is making what's called a blow punty. He's coated the end of that steel pipe with a little ring of molten glass. And he's kept the end of the pipe open so we can blow through it. We're going to attach it to the bottom of this section of the sculpture. We're going to put it over that hole we just drilled, and that'll allow us to blow into the form even after we've removed it from the pipe. Drill the hole in the bottom of the piece of wood over there. Attach the pipe over that hole. Do we have the blow punty drawing? Talking to Serena upstairs. Guys? Do you have any questions for her? Do you have any questions for her? Oh, yeah, there we go. So in the center, we're going to take a pause with the sculpture. We don't have enough time to assemble it. So we're going to make a classic Italian drinking glass called a Twisty Cup. Once a year, we have our Twisty Cup Pro-Am, where glass blowers come from all around and compete to see who can make the best Twisty Cup. So the man crouched down to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's inflating the glass. At the same time, Ben shapes it. Ben is the man sitting at the bench. Gabe is the man sitting to the left. So Gabe is blowing as Ben shapes it. So the part of the glass that you drink out of is still attached to the metal pipe. The part that sits on the table is the part that's sticking out. We transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The second steel rod will hold the cup from the bottom while we open up the top. We're going to trim a little bit of the thick glass off the top. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly overnight. So we take it to our annealing oven, the big black oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for Pearl Dick and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay? Good, good. Hi, I'm Susan. I'm the curator of education here, and I get the great good fortune to introduce some of our visiting artists' conversations. And I have been always an admirer of Pearl's work. So it's so great to have her here in person and to have you guys back in the museum with us. It's a wonderful feeling. And Pearl, of course, is here in conjunction with the Transparency exhibition in the galleries. If you haven't been in to see her work, please check it out. And she also participated in a program we have been running called Transparent Conversations. And these air on Thursdays at noon on Zoom. And you can join us and you can see Pearl's conversation on our YouTube channel. It was really, really interesting, so please check it out. And of course, we've been running those in conjunction with Pride Months. So Pearl has been making art her entire life. From the moment she could hold a pencil, she began drawing. She began working with glass at Alfred University some time ago. And since graduation, Pearl has traveled across the country, working in glass studios in Oregon, Washington, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and New York. She now teaches glass blowing at Chicago Hot Glass and making glass studios in Highland Park. And I happen to know for a real fact that she has also devoted herself to sharing her skills and talents with young people through various internships in schools, and I think that's really amazing and very, very important. Inspired by what connects us, Pearl is a lifelong quest to create art that speaks to our unity, harmony, discord, similarities, and differences. She seeks to capture and illuminate our human interactions, real, imagined, or perceived. Pearl believes in the power of the glass arts to heal, spread joy, empower, and connect. A fantastically powerful message. Thank you, Pearl, and we're looking forward to hearing more. Do you have a mic there? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, everybody. I'm Pearl. So nice to meet you. Thanks for sticking around and listening to me talk instead of watching people set things on fire. I know that that's maybe a little bit more exciting, but I'll try to keep it lively. And also, I'm fine with, like, if you guys have questions throughout, feel free. Like, you can raise your hand or shout it out, or you know, happy to have a conversation with you while we're here. So just one correction from Susan. So the studio that I work in Chicago is called Firebird Community Arts. That was some old studios that I used to work in. I've worked in every glass studio pretty much that's in Chicago. It's a little bit smaller of a glass community there than it is out here. I mean, you guys have a wealth of riches of glass folks out here, which is pretty awesome. But in Chicago, we just have a couple studios, and one of them is mine, Firebird Community Arts. And so we do a lot of work with young people there. It's really a community space. So, you know, it's open to the public to come and check things out. We do a lot of teaching there and mentoring. But most importantly, it's a safe space for people to be able to come and feel included and welcome and creative and just be happy and have a good time. So, okay, so I have some slides I'll show you. So I've been making heads for a long time. I make glass faces and heads like the one that you see up on the screen. I've always drawn faces, painted people, and somebody earlier asked me like what my influence is, and it's people. It's you all. It's our connections to each other. I mean, I'm moved and awed by nature, but I am fascinated by people, and in particular how we relate to each other. So that's why I make heads. I feel like the head is a body part that kind of embodies what I'm thinking about in terms of consciousness, you know. So it's like it's not a specific person, it's not a specific gender, it's not a specific race. It's really humanity. It's all of us. It's what makes us human. So that's why I make glass heads. Let's see if this works. Hey, there's another glass head. So I mean, some of you who saw the process, you know, you'll know what it is, but these are blown. They're pretty thick, but at the neck, the base of that neck is where these are attached to a blowpipe. So it's open at the bottom, and I blow air in and then use all these various tools to like shape and manipulate the glass. Like you can't touch glass with your hands. It's very hot. So you use tools to shape it. And I'm going to show you guys. I brought this all the way from Chicago. This is one of my favorite tools. It's a really high-tech butter knife. Want to see it? Want to touch it? Boop. So cool, right? It's not hot. If I just used it to sculpt, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's fascinating. Butter knife. It's really a great tool for getting in on all those details. So you can see like the eye and the mouth and the ear. I'll use all of these different tools to shape that. This is one of the first heads I ever did. So I started making heads like back when I was in college. This piece is called Influence, and it was way beyond my skill level at the time. And we had like everybody in the studio working on this thing, and they made it way too big for me. Really, it was like so heavy. But so this glass is the head itself is solid. And I made all these little heads and stuck them all on, and it was about how we influence each other. And this is when I started to think about using the heads as a way to talk about relationships. This is my very first show in Chicago. I made all these little guys and put them in a grouping, and I was really, really amazed actually by how people were drawn to certain heads. So they were for sale. And I think I sold most of them, really. I mean, they were a lot cheaper than they are today. But people were really drawn to very specific pieces, you know? So they would come in and they'd go up to these on the wall and they'd be like, oh, and they'd start talking about like what this one reminded them of, or who this one reminded them of, or what inspired them about a certain expression. And I was just so fascinated that like each person had their head. Like, you know, whether it didn't look like them, I wasn't thinking about them when I made them, but they related to them, and I love that. I've always loved that, you know, people find meaning in these pieces for themselves. Here's one of the pieces from that show, and I was really still just figuring out the process at this point. They've evolved a lot over the years. I think this was 2003, maybe. And then I, you know, would take these pieces and I'd make little groupings of them. You know, I'd put them together in like different relationships, and that really started to like speak to me too. So I loved working on the pieces, individually, but I also really loved what they did when they were grouped together. And then I started doing some connections hot. So the piece that we're doing today is actually, this is an early version of that same connection, which I'm asking these guys to help me with, because it's actually a connection that it's really important to me, but I've also really struggled technically to get it right. Like I've done so many of these that were terrible and I had to throw them away. but it's that connection of that can be really very intimate. Like, you know, like if you ever like held somebody's head in your hands and like pressed foreheads together and just really bonded, you know? Or, you know, a lot of people see opposition. So like they see like butting heads or like people who are, you know, not agreeing with each other. And I think that the dichotomy of having those two really opposing emotions is something that happens a lot in our intimate and our important relationships. So I always do really try to represent that. The way I did this was very different than the way we're doing them today, which is very controlled. I mean, we took these, and I think I have a picture actually. Hold on, let me see. Oh, yep, I do have a picture. Here, I'll just skip to that for a second. This is how I usually put these together. We just get them really hot, and like we'll just like, swing them up and like hit them, and then you know it's like crazy chaos for about 20 seconds, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, we're doing it a little different today. This was also when I first started doing these. This was a long time ago, and I've learned a thing or two. I was really also very interested in this idea of all of us being connected and from like ultimately the same place. Like, so I was reading a lot of Joseph Campbell and like thinking about like our universal self and how we were split, you know, and then our whole lives we search for connection. We search for our person. We search for our other. You know, I feel like I always wonder if I'd be the same person if I never interacted with humans. I don't think I would. I don't think any of us would. I think part of how we are who we are is through how we are in relation to each other. So that was a big part of why I would put these things together. And with glass, like you have this real wonderful opportunity to like actually like meld things together physically. So when the glass is hot, it's sticky. And see, like just like you guys, right? We got that. I need you guys to model for me later. Yeah, that connection that you guys are doing right there it's a comforting one. It's an intimate one. It's like, you know, when you're nestled up with somebody and like you just like, you know, feel really close, right? But yeah, so these connections and these relationships, when you are working with these glass pieces and you put them together, they embody to me how you feel when you really connect with someone or people. This is another connection that we did here, similar to this one. These guys have shown me a couple different tricks to like do it better. But you know, I just started doing them when this photo was taken, so I was just trying to figure it out. I knew I wanted to get them together. I just had to figure out how to do it. Being here is really taking it to the next level, I have to say. Let's see. There's that jamming. You guys see Brenty in the background? And I think that's John Hogan. This was in Chicago at like a sofa party or something years ago. So you can see once again, like, you know, just how the glass just melds. Like when you get it really hot and you stick the pieces together, it's like it changes what each individual head is doing. It comes together in a way that just feels really like sensual, really close. Like the pieces actually literally like bond with each other, hopefully. Usually. I mean, technically it's not great when they don't, but like also conceptually it's really not great when they don't. Like usually when I make these, I will have like I'll work all like real hard and make the individual pieces, and then it all comes together when they come together. And if the connection is not right, if it doesn't read properly, or the way, you know, if it just doesn't go, the piece doesn't go. So sometimes I get lucky, sometimes, you know, I don't. So I did a lot of exploring, making art and thinking about our human connection, our relationships with each other, and also the lack of those relationships, you know, certain times in your life when it's just you. here's that piece actually that I was making in the photo. And you know, I do love how funky these early ones are. Like I can't make them funky now if I try. You know, like I'm too controlled in the process at this point. Like, but I love how those early heads look. They're just they're so primitive and expressive to me. Like that, the way that motion in the neck was totally unintentional. That was just what we got. And but I like it. You know, it's like works. This is a piece from the show that's here, Transparency. So you guys can see this piece up in the gallery. This piece is called Us. And again, it's about that really opposing thing of that type of connection, like physical connection with another person, that can really be very intimate or very opposing. Yeah, so check this piece out in the show if you haven't already. People have also asked me if the color of the heads is like, you know, if it indicates, you know, race, black and white, you know. For me, it doesn't. Like, I really purposely make these pieces to be androgynous and to not be racial. The different colors are important, but it's more about opposition, opposites, and not like opposites in terms of color. So two people can come together from different places and still be the same. Questions so far? Thanks. The question is like, how much do you design on paper the heads before you make them, and how much just happens when they're hot? I sketch, you know, I draw the pieces. I mean, I've done like every type of head connection you can think of, you know, so I don't necessarily need to like diagram it out at this point. I have an intention when I go in, but it definitely changes based on how I feel that day, based on how my team feels that day, what the glass feels like doing that day, you know, and I go with it. You know, with glass, it's really important, I think, to like, you have to have so much control just to, and so much planning, you know, to just the process requires it. But it also, it has a soul of its own. It's part of why I love working with it. And I've found over the years that it's much better to go with it than to try to fight it, you know? So yeah, sometimes just the piece itself kind of like informs what it becomes. Good question. Like I said, I've always been a painter, and I love painting. Like I still paint, but painting for me is very, very different. It's a very different, like, it fulfills a different part of my creative side than glass does. Glass is really like, it's out in the open, you gotta be in a studio with other people, like, it requires all this equipment and like a team of people, and it's real outgoing, you know, like, even if you're not as a person, you kind of have to communicate with other people to get your stuff done. Painting is like real private, really insular, like, and I can work on paintings for a long time. Like I've worked on paintings for years. Like I'll just have them sitting around, and then I'll pick them up and I'll start painting on them again. Glass, it's start to finish, you know, there's no putting it away and coming back days later. Well, for the hot process anyway. So I started combining paintings to try to like also kind of push a narrative of what I'm trying to say with the pieces. So this piece is called Solitude, and the painting is meant to kind of envelop. So it's three-dimensional. It like sits off the wall. It's still an object in front of a two-dimensional surface, but the way you view it, it's meant to show like kind of like an enveloping energy around it. So I've done a bunch of work like that. It's called Collective Consciousness. And then, you know, once again, getting back into like the groupings. So, you know, the individual heads are fun for me to do and interesting, but again, like speaking to relationships, like I really enjoy like the way they come together. This piece is also here in the gallery. It's called Guide. And again, the painting is really, it's part of the piece. It's meant to push the narrative that I was thinking of forward. So it's meant to be part of, I guess, how I want someone to read it, but it's also, I think, abstract enough that you can come to it from any kind of place that you already come to it. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about art is that people have different reads on it based on who they are, based on what their life experience is, based on how they feel that day, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's called Guide. Does anybody have a guess on what it's about? You do? You don't? You're just waving at me? You don't have to separate them. They can play. I know, it's boring to watch people talk. I would give you something, but everything in here is sharp or hot. Oh, here. No, those are sharp and hot, too. Never mind. Anybody have an idea of what it's about? Come on, don't be shy. There's no wrong answer. All right, I'll tell you. It's really, for me, it's like, and which I'm going to get to in a second, it's about having guides in your life, having influences in your life, like people that you look up to, people that like help you get through your path, and being one of those people. So I'm a teacher, and I'll be showing you guys a bunch of slides of my students and my studio, but it's about, it's honoring that, it's depicting that. It's about the people in our lives that help us through our lives, and it's about how I feel about being one of those people for others. Go check it out. It's in the gallery. You can see it right up close and personal. Just don't touch it, because they'll get mad at you. Although, if it was just me, I would let you touch it. I think this piece is called Reflections, but so this is mirrorized glass. So the glass itself is actually clear, and then there's a solution that you can put inside of it that makes it a mirror. And so with these pieces, like with clear glass, it's really hard to, like it almost disappears. Like it's like it doesn't exist. It's like there, you can see that there's an object, it bends the light, it's physical, like it's, you know, you can touch it. But like the details in the face are really hard to see with clear glass, actually. But that mirrorized solution inside, when you walk up to these pieces, you actually see your own reflection. You see the contours based on everything else that's around it, everything that's reflected in the environment, the person, you know, like your actual face. So, you know, for me, it was really about that idea of like seeing yourselves in other people, which I think is really important for us to know who we are. So I had a solo show that was given to me with like 3 months notice. Usually artists have like a year or more, you know, plan a solo show, and I'm sure somebody dropped out of this show or dropped out of the gallery, so the spot was like open, and I was offered a solo show, and I was like, yes, of course I'm gonna do it. And of course I'm gonna do something that would take way more time than 3 months. So I started making all of these heads. I ended up making like 300 glass heads. And I created a glass rainbow, which, you know, I was just like, I'm gonna make a giant glass rainbow and hang it on the wall. And it damn near killed me, honestly. It was like so much work. And I was just making these heads, and it was like I would just get into like the zone, and, you know, and then I had to do like this crazy math, like the, like you can't see it, which is also by design, but there's a metal armature that holds everything up on the wall, and I didn't have a wall big enough to like look at it, so I had to like go back to like arcs and figuring out, like, so I had to fabricate these steel structures to hold these pieces up, and I had to like build jigs and do math, and I was like, I went into art so I didn't have to do math. You have to do a lot of math as an artist. I'm just gonna tell you, for all of you, math is awesome, math is great. We love math. But so this piece, though, meant a lot to me. Like, I really wanted to make something that spoke to like unity and beauty and like how connected we all are. And it was a very emotional piece for me to make too, especially identifying as a queer person. You know, that the rainbow means a lot. And I wanted to depict it in this way. And like I said, it was like just a mental and physical challenge. But I wasn't going to take this opportunity and not like do everything I could to like make it what I wanted. So it was worth it. It was worth it. I slept for like a month, but it was worth it. Yeah. You know, I actually, and maybe not in these pieces so much, but I actually use a lot of color on my pieces. And some of them I'll allow to stay on there more than others. But I actually, you know, going back to that painting kind of like impulse that I've had, I actually have like tons of like powdered colors that I'll put on these pieces. And when you're standing up close to them, you can see it. And I brush it away too before it's like completely melted in, which looks like brush strokes. So I've never had the impulse to do like a Picasso type head, like where it's all cut apart and like cubist, but that's a great idea and I might have to try it. So what's your name so I can give you credit when I make it? Janet. All right. Thanks, Janet, for the idea. It's awesome. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a head, make 5 heads, cut them all apart and glue them back together in different ways. That's a great idea. Here's the great glass rainbow. Somebody actually told me that they were in town, like the Special Olympics was in town, or it was like maybe the gay Special Olympics was in town, and they like the gallery owner told me they came in, they saw this piece, and they started to cry. It's like, I was like, oh, touch somebody, you know? That's like such a wonderful thing as an artist when your work touches somebody. This is another, like, so I started doing this thing where I would like, you know, put the pieces up on the wall in these configurations. And it was how you go through all of these people in your life until you find like the one that you're really connected with. This piece was, for the first time I ever showed at a big show called SOFA in Chicago, Sculptural Objects of Functional Art. And this gallery took a real chance on me. Nobody knew who I was, and gave me like a whole big wall. And these booths at these shows cost like tens of thousands of dollars, you know, so it's a risk if your artists that you're showing don't sell anything because you're out a whole bunch of money. And so this guy, Kraft Lieberman Gallery, Jeff Kraft, gave me this chance to show some work on this wall. And so I'm like, I'm gonna make these giant rings and I'm gonna put these heads on it. And I gave him a price for the whole thing. I was like, this is what it costs. I think it was like $17,000, $20,000 I think I put it at. And he was like, wow, that's a lot. Maybe you should sell them individually. Have you thought about pricing them individually just in case, you know? Because he thought maybe someone would come and buy one. And so I reluctantly did that. You know, I was like, I don't really want people taking pieces off of it. Like, it's got to go as one or it doesn't go. But, you know, I was new and I didn't stick to my guns enough. And I remember putting this piece up and I felt really strongly about it. But then I was walking around that show and like all my heroes were in the booths next to me. Like I was looking at these artists and I'm like, I mean, I'm not going to, you know, name all the names, but the people that I've been looking at in history books, people that I've been studying are showing their work in the booth right next to me. And I'm just like, I'm not worthy, I'm out. So I was real insecure and I went out, like stood on the balcony, like all depressed. And anyway, I came back in and gallery owners all excited and happy and they're like, that couple wants to buy it, whole thing. This was the first day, it was an hour. The show had been open for an hour. The couple came in and they bought the whole thing. And I was just like, I about fell over. It was amazing. It was one of the best feelings I've had, like as an artist, like, you know, it was wonderful. And not just because of the money, but just because like it was so validating, you know, that these people got it. They got what I was saying, they loved it. And they bought it. They put their money where their mouth was. I think I gave them a little bit of a deal, but it was still, you know, most artwork I've ever sold in my life at that point. So these same folks, several years later, called me up saying that they wanted to augment the piece and if I was okay with it. And so we came up with a design. It's hard to tell from this, but it's on a Core 10 steel wall, which is all wired with like LED cables to light these guys up. And there's like a mirror, so it goes on in infinity. I mean, these people's house is insane. And they built this, it's like a penthouse in Philadelphia. They built it just to house their glass collection. And so they augmented it, and it's there now, again, with like some really incredible other artists that I'm just like honored to be next to. But I love how they put light in these. I thought it was pretty cool. They actually, I was like, this is how I knew I had arrived. So they had a big party and invited all the artists, and somebody made a sugar sculpture of my heads. And I was like, I really made it. Somebody made a sugar sculpture of my art. And they made a sugar sculpture of Dale Chihuly. And I think that's like Dante in there, and I don't know who else that might be, but yeah, that's Dale Chihuly with like the curly hair. But yeah, I was like, wow, Dale Chihuly and me have a sugar sculpture. I was really honored. So this next series of pieces are they're about memory and like dreams and the thoughts that we have as individuals. So I went away a little bit from everybody around me, making work that's about all of us all around each other all the time, and started thinking about myself. Like it was like drawing back a little bit to be a little more reflective. You know, I needed to be in my own head, literally. So I started making these drawings in the glass and layers underneath those final layers, and making designs and referencing like sketches that I made, like when I would just be like out walking, or you know, if I had a dream and I like wrote it down, or a memory that I wanted to like talk about, or whatever it was that was in my head, I started to draw these drawings on these pieces. I really like them. Go through a few of these. See where I'm at. Okay, I better pick up the pace here a little bit. Okay, so this leads me to the next section of my slides, which really represents the other part of my my artistic life. So I call myself an artist. I believe I am an artist. I believe most of us are, whether we feel worthy enough to call ourselves or not. But my other passion is teaching and community building. So I started working with young people kind of by accident, like in Chicago. Like somebody needed someone to teach a glass class, and a friend of mine was actually injured, couldn't do it. He was supposed to do it, so I stepped in, and I never looked back. Like I started teaching, this was on the west side of Chicago, and I started teaching young people about glass making, and I was just like, you know, glass is so special. It has like this real ability to just capture people's attention, to hold that attention, and then to move people. And I was able to work with these young folks and do some amazing things, and we bonded. Like this was one of my first classes that I taught in West Humboldt Park in Chicago. We didn't have any money. We didn't have a glass studio. We found a bunch of glass in a dumpster and like a whole bunch of these little squares. And we painted our likeness on it, and we made a big glass walkway, 17-foot glass walkway with our face on it. It's still there today. And we did it in this park, and we made some benches. Like we got a little bit of time in a local studio to be able to fuse some pieces together. Still weren't blowing glass. You know, we didn't have the money or the facility yet. But we took this park in our neighborhood that was just it was real blighted. Like, you know, it was like people got shot there, like people would overdose there. It was all overgrown and gross, and it's where these kids live too. It's in their neighborhood. And we beautified it. We went in there and we cleaned it up, and we like took out all the hypodermic needles and all the trash and like cut the grass, and we put these beautiful benches in there. So this is our young folks using power tools, which is a great idea for young people. Give them power tools. Show them how to use them, but give them power tools. And then we did this walkway to beautify this park and make it like a place where people wanted to come and hang out. The neighbors were super awesome and excited. Like they ran extension cords and hoses from their houses to help us out when we mixed our concrete, and brought us lemonade and stuff. And, you know, they were just so excited that we were doing this in their neighborhood and, like, you know, making it a place people wanted to be. It was really just so fun and amazing. It's another group of young people. I would always work on big collaborative projects with folks. Like, so, you know, blowing glass is very collaborative. And that's one of the things I think makes it really conducive to working with youth. And especially a lot of our young people too, you know, like a lot of people have experienced like trauma, right? I work well, you know what, let me get to that. Hold on. So this is another group of young people, but from the west side of Chicago. And I think it's really important that we're represented and that we work together. And this was a giant like mosaic mural with all these like, you know, fused glass pieces. And yeah, this like thing was like, it's massive, huge. I can't remember exactly, but it ended up getting purchased by the Chicago Community Trust, which is a major grant funder. And we're there. Our young people are there. Okay, so this is where I'm going to get into it. This is Dr. Lisa McQueen. She is a pediatric emergency room physician in Chicago at Comer Children's Hospital. That's a level 1 trauma unit on the south side of Chicago. And she's a trauma surgeon. So they get kids in there who are very badly injured, and she treats them. And I met her just randomly. I was actually, this is a funny thing. Like, this is why I think it's important to sometimes just be a good person and go with your heart and do things for someone else, even when you don't want to. I was leaving my studio that day, and we did these heart-making workshops for like Valentine's Day. And somebody somehow screwed up, and there was this couple that came in to do a heart-making workshop, and nobody was there to teach it. And I've been working all day. I wanted to leave. I was walking out the door, had my coat on, ready to lock the door. These people come up, and I'm like, what are you doing here? They're like, we're here for a heart-making workshop. And I'm like, okay. I could have just been like, no, I'm sorry, we screwed up. We'll reschedule you. So sorry. But I was like, all right, you're all here. You're excited. Let's go in. So we go in, we start making these hearts, and it was really fun. And these people were really awesome. And she was there, and she started coming and taking glassblowing classes with me. She loved it so much. She would come in, and she started to realize that it was really healing for her. Like, she has a stressful job. She's emergency room pediatric doctor at south side of Chicago. And she would come in on her lunch breaks. Like, she'd come in with her scrubs on. She'd come in for an hour and just like make cups. Or, she had fun, like she found it was healing her stress, just coming in. This is her trying to pull a pony, being goofy. This is her, like, she's real type A personality, she really loved to get everything perfect. Glass was perfect for her. And it just gave her this, like, outlet that really helped her heal. So she had this idea. She actually hooked me up with, here, let me say, I put this up just to tell you, like, so here she is, she's a physician. She's in the hospital. Kids would come in injured. She would stitch them up, they'd leave, and they would come right back. They'd come back, re-injured. She'd stitch them up, they'd leave, they'd come back re-injured or dead, So this is a cycle of violence that's really an issue. And she was so frustrated by this, as you can imagine. She's like, why am I doing this? Like, these kids, they're not getting any help. They're not like, I can't help them. I can heal them physically, but they needed help mentally after this and support, so they didn't end up back in her emergency room. So this depicts the cycle of violence. You guys can read that. Can you read that? Okay. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it. So there's this group. It's called Healing Hurt People Chicago. It's a hospital-based violence intervention program. And they actually go in and meet people. This is Andy with a young guy. They actually go in when people are injured. My friend is a beeper. He actually gets beeped every time the kid gets shot in Chicago. It's really depressing. And it goes off all the time. But they go in when someone's injured, and they offer treatment, like wellness, mental health wellness treatment, therapy, programs, things that they can do, help for their families, support. And so this guy's the clinical director. Hippie, goofy, Beatles fan. Anyway, Lisa McQueen hooked me and him up. And she was like, I think you guys should talk. Like, maybe, there's something that you guys can do together. So we got together, we talked, we agreed we should do something. He teaches at University of Chicago and applied for a faculty fellowship grant, and he got it for $50,000. We wrote the grant together to start a program that we called Project FIRE. And FIRE stands for Fearless Initiative for Recovery and Empowerment. And our idea was to do this glass-blowing class that had a mental health component to it. And it was specifically for young people in Chicago who'd been injured by gun violence. So, and it was a job. It was a job opportunity. So we'd actually pay young people to come and give them a job. And we would do 3 hours in the glass studio, and we do 1 hour of trauma-informed sessions. So facilitated by youth facilitators who were trained in trauma trauma-informed approaches, and by clinical psychologist Dr. Brad Stolbach, the teaching artists, and we started this pilot called Project Fire, and it was one of the options for young people when they showed up injured, and Healing Hurt People Chicago went to meet them. They're like, oh, and we have this glass blowing thing called Project Fire. That's another option for you. And so they had the mental health component, they had the jobs component, and they had like a creative hands-on component in this program, which I think is pretty special. And especially young people, like, a lot of the young people, like, when you approach them, they're like, you want to go to group therapy? They're like, hell no. No, I don't want to go talk about my problems. I just got a shot, you know? But when they came to the glass studio and they saw us blowing glass, they were like, oh yeah, I want to do that. And but we're like, and we're going to feed you, and we're going to get transportation, we're going to pay you, and you have to talk. But, you know, so we started this program. Oh, yeah, it's a series of pretty depressing slides. So in 2014 is when we proposed this program. And, I mean, the slide says it all if you can read that. This year, slightly better, it was 81 people were killed over July 4th weekend in Chicago. This is a really sobering statistic. You guys can read that, right? Gun violence is a big problem in our country, and it's really bad in Chicago. And many of the young people that are being injured are black. Like a disproportionate amount. You know, these are neighborhoods they live in, these are the communities that they live in, this is where they grow up. It's just all around them. And 100% of our young people in our programs are black and brown. And there's a lot there. And a lot of these same folks don't have access to art classes, much less glass blowing. Glass blowing's like the whitest medium there is. I mean, it used to be, I love glass, and I love our community, but it's been a very hostile environment for women, for people of color. It's expensive. It's hard to get access to it. So, you know, and I think it's a wonderful medium to reach people, which I'll keep talking about more as we go. So I was able to hire this young man on the left is Nkosi Barber. I met him, he's standing next to his piece at his high school graduation at a school called Little Black Pearl on the south side of Chicago. And I loved his piece so much, and we talked, and I kept in touch with him and called him and asked if he wanted to help me teach this program. And that on the right is Andrew Neswick, who I met. He called the studio I was working at, or his grandma, who's up there, Grandma Noreen, who just had her 88th birthday. Still going strong, Grandma Noreen. But she's like, my grandson really wants to learn how to blow glass. And I was like, great, come in, I'll totally teach him how to blow glass. She's like, except he's paralyzed on one side of his body. He was shot in the head when he was 13. And he was in a coma for like 8 months. And he's basically paralyzed, and the whole right side of his body is like cognition issues. And she's like, you know, all he wants to do is blow glass. He just wants to blow glass. He doesn't do anything else. He sits in his room all day, but he really wants to learn how to blow glass. And I was like, say no more. Bring that kid in. And that was 13 years ago. We've been working ever since. He still comes to my studio every week and blows glass. And so I asked him if he wanted to be one of the teaching artists. So the first thing we did was train them in how to be teachers. And we all got training in how to be trauma-informed. So there are curriculums that are out there for people to study how, like, the effects of trauma on the brain, on the body. And it was stuff it was mind-blowing to me. How much trauma we're all subjected to, but then what it does, it physically affects you and how you move through the world. And so we got to learn this, and now we do trauma trainings for all of the teaching artists in my shop, for all of the people that work with us. We have mental health professionals that work with us. This is our very first cohort of Project Fire. And the young man on the far left, that's Deontay Holman. He's 15 years old in that picture. He's 22 now, and he just yesterday flew home from Pittsburgh Glass Center, where he was doing a residency with, anybody seen Blown Away? Anybody know Jason McDonald? He's real famous. He's in Blown Away. At any rate, he just did a residency, that young man. with Jason McDonald at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. He's been there for 2 weeks making glass with this guy. And I mean, when he first came in, he was an angry young man. He was angry. He didn't want to have anything to do with anything. But now he's like, he teaches at my shop. And he's like pursuing glass as a career. Oh, so I built a studio. You can see the leaf blower there powering my glory hole. I built a studio, like with friends, but we built this thing from scratch. It didn't look like this, but we needed a home, like for this program. It quickly became obvious to me that it was important. This work was important, and it was starting to reach people. And I needed a place where they could feel really at home, really comfortable, really safe, and that didn't exist in Chicago. So I built it. And for those of you who are thinking I should go build a glass studio, come talk to me. There's like definitely some pros and cons. I built it. I mean, it's hard. It's really hard. I don't recommend it generally, but especially when you have no money or time. But we built our furnace from scratch, which was really educational. It broke a lot of times early on, but we figured it out. It's still going in my shop today. We're using this same furnace today. This was in 2015 when I was looking for a home for Project Fire. But I had some wonderful artists and friends who helped me build this thing out. And I really, we had no money, and it was pretty rudimentary, but it worked. It was in this old firehouse in Chicago. It's the oldest firehouse in Chicago that was left standing after the Chicago fire. It was built in 1837. And you'd think it's every glassblower's dream to have a studio in a firehouse. It was definitely mine, and I was into it. However, this was an old historic building. I couldn't drill into the walls. I couldn't put proper ventilation in. It had a rooster and a chicken living in it. The guy who owned it was a hoarder, so it was filled with all sorts of weird stuff. The kids loved the rooster and the chicken. I hated them because, they were, first of all, they should have been living in a better environment, not on a concrete floor in the middle of a city. Second of all, they were really dirty and messy, and the rooster was really aggressive. Like, this thing would get out. Like, sometimes I'd come in the morning to, open the studio, and it'd be out of its cage, and I would have to, I'd be running around the shop, getting chased by this thing. Sometimes I'd end up, on the bench, just waiting for it to go away. I would have to get, the Kevlar gloves that we used to pick up the glass to get it back in the cage. I'd have a face shield, Kevlar gloves. It was a nightmare, and they're messy. And they're stinky, and I had to wheel them out every morning and sweep up all of their poop and food. And they made rodents come. I got so sick of killing mice that we just eventually, the kids would be like, "Why are you killing them, Miss Pearl?" And they kept them as pets. This is mighty. I was like, "You guys, we cannot keep every mouse." We got a cat eventually, and it solved the problem. But the place was great, and it worked, and it was our home, and we loved it. And this is where we started. We thrived. And young people were just happy and goofy, and it was like a clubhouse. People could just come and hang out, and it was a beautiful thing, It was really nice, safe space for folks to come and learn. And I don't know why she's side-eyeing me so hard in this picture. But we built the glass studio, but we did all sorts of other art making, real rudimentary, but we fed everybody. We'd always have food for people to eat. We had meals together. The floors were all uneven. We had a couple people in wheelchairs, and their wheelchairs were always broken. This guy in this picture never had brakes, and the floor's all uneven. So we had to have a new position of somebody who would just hold Devontae's chair so it wouldn't roll into the furnace. That's what the guy in that picture back there is doing with the little dreads. His whole job is to make sure Devontae's chair doesn't roll into the furnace. Anyway, we eventually actually worked, we created benches that are specifically designed for our folks who are in wheelchairs. And people just worked together, It was tiny, too. It was tiny. It was like blowing glass on a boat. We were always stepping over everybody all the time. When you go behind somebody's, literally, it was from here to here. It was like our workspace, So we'd be stepping over each other, and really, it was masterful how people navigated in this space without burning each other, setting things on fire. These are twins. This is Trevelli and Trevel. They're sculpting a glass them, one of them. we had babies that were born. It was coming. This is Lyric. She's 4 weeks old in this picture, and yeah, she'd come to the shop and just hang out and be like, "Bring that baby, you know, I'll hold her," so her dad could blow glass. She still comes around. She's 3. Just, you know, it's a good place, having fun. We do a lot of work with veterans. This is Nkosi doing a class with some veterans in Chicago. We work with the Urban Warriors program there, and Creative Vets. And our young people actually teach the vets how to blow glass. So they're their teachers, and we do group sessions with them as well and feed everybody. And the veterans, and our young people in Project Fire get along so well. They just get each other. They're buddies from like the get-go. So we love working with veterans, and yeah, we have them come by our shop every month. It's our little crew. Super good. Maurice Walls is in college now. Came back with his girlfriend over break and blew glass with her. He's like, "Hey, can I come and teach my girl how to blow glass?" I was like, "You have a girlfriend? Oh my God." Like when he came in to start a glass blowing program with me when he was 13, he was so tiny. I mean, this man was like this. And I'm like, "How old are you?" He's like 13. He was a little too young for the program, but he came in with his little bow tie and his portfolio, and I was like, "I don't care. You're 14. You're in. Come on." And he worked with me all through high school, and now we still keep in touch, and he's in college. I think I have probably way too many slides, but I'm gonna be mindful of our time here. That's my dog, Petey, wearing his safety glasses, of course. We built a new studio. We outgrew that firehouse, and we built a new studio on the west side of Chicago. It's covered in murals. We get to drill into the walls. We built out the rooms. I mean, we literally, we ran all the conduit and, the gas lines. The young people they learn carpentry and electrical stuff. And, I mean, talk about, feeling ownership over space. When you literally build it, you feel ownership. And they do. This is the space that we're in currently, Firebird Community Arts. It's LA. I'll go through some of these quickly. We've had some really great opportunities. It's Corning, New York. There was a program that we went to. Smokey made a whole bunch of glass bullets there. He made a glass bullet for everybody he knew had been shot. This young person right now is at the University of Wisconsin-Madison studying with Helen Lee and is going to come back and blow glass. I'm hiring them to come and work for me. They're graduated this year, and full circle, they're coming back to work in the program that they learned how to blow glass in. Getting people vaccinated, getting people to vote. Julian, in the tiniest suit ever made, this is at an NAACP competition in Florida, which his glass piece that he made won second prize. These 3 hearts are broken in different ways and put back together. Some are put back together. The first box, it's all broken, represents years 1 through 5 of his life. And then the next box is years 5 through 10. And the last box is years 10 through 15. We go to marches. We go to Washington. We did a thing called Peace Builders Camp where we went to the rural Georgia in the summer, very hot, right on the gnat line, which is something I never knew about. This was a pecan farm. And Nick Douglas and his wife Caitlin brought their glass blowing studio for us to teach these young campers. And it was this camp was really cool. They got to do fun summer camp stuff, go swimming and stuff, but they also learned about social justice issues. So we talked to him, we helped him blow glass on this farm. Trey Valley was like a little boy. It was wonderful. We went to the Civil Rights Museum and both cried. We speak at conferences. This was a conference in Brooklyn. This was a conference that we did at University of Madison, Wisconsin, all about mobility and glass. And they're doing this really cool program, working with people with Parkinson's, and having them blow glass and seeing how it affects their hand-eye coordination. There's Bree coming to work for me. I'm so excited. This is Glass Weekend out at Wheaton. And we got to go see this show. We were invited to go present at that conference, and we got to go see this show, Transparency, when it debuted in Philadelphia. This is us at the show. And I'm like, Dan Trowell, that's about you. That piece is about you. She's like, oh, let me take a picture. And something I'm really, really proud of, we started a cohort of young women. So we've got these super badass ladies now in Project Fire, and they are killing it. The guys were like super nervous. They're like, oh, we're going to have a girls' Project Fire? They're going to be so much better than us. I was like, yes, they are. And they are. They're awesome. This is a young woman, Karina Barrera, who I met also in that first class I taught when she was 14 years old. And at 16, she told me she was going to have a kid. And I was like, Karina, you've just narrowed down your options for life. I was disappointed because she's a real promising artist. It turned out to be like a wonderful thing. She is still one of my best friends, and I'm her mentor. I go to all her family functions. I'm at the quinceañeras. I'm at the birthdays. These are some of her pieces. She still blows glass in my studio. She just, 2 days ago, she had a virtual graduation, which I wasn't able to attend because I was here, from welding class. She went to take a welding class. She's now a certified welder. So proud of her. This is her son, Gabriel, now. He comes to the shop. He learns how to blow glass. He draws chalk on the floor. He's super awesome. One of the things, the most amazing thing to me about glass is our connections that we make with each other, empowering young people to feel safe, to feel seen, to work together, to feel powerful. And like our young women and our young men work side by side. They're all doing the hard work. Everybody's scared the first day they take a gather of glass out of the furnace. And it levels the playing field. We've got an all-woman, not all women, we got a couple guys in there, but we're a women-led studio. Our teachers are women, people of color. It's the blackest studio out there, I tell you what. Like, people, I forget when I go to other studios, people of color come into my shop and they look around, they're like, oh my God, it's like, this is amazing. They love it, so they keep coming back. Apparently that's what I look like when I talk to people. I'm going to run through these guys. Thanks for your patience. But Bloom and Grow series that I did is all about, it's all about that the beauty of getting to teach, getting to be a community builder, getting to be a mentor, and how the young people are the flowers. And they actually make the flowers for me with these pieces. So they'll make the flowers, I'll make the heads together, and we've got a whole team of people bringing them, and it's all about like the beauty of that community and empowering people and how we enrich each other. We made one of these yesterday. I'm really excited to see it. It was nice. The flowers were really good. Thank you guys for making the flowers. But yeah, some of this work, because I actually think it's like a whole practice in and of itself. Like I do try to make time to make my own art. This week is really special for me because I get to just focus on my art, and I don't have to fix anything when it breaks. I don't have to tell anybody what everything's about. I don't have to teach anybody this week. I'm learning myself. I'm getting taught by these amazing glassblowers, and I have this opportunity to just come focus on my work. It's really, I'm so grateful. We're doing a project right now where it's the Chicago Race Riot of 1919 is doing a commemoration, or we're doing a commemoration project where we're creating glass markers to go in city sidewalks for each of the 38 people that were killed during this tragedy. And it's partially because people don't know about it. Like, people don't know this happened. People who grew up in Chicago don't even know that it's terrible atrocity happened. And it led to redlining, and it led to segregation, and it started a history of police brutality that was always there, but has really thrived in Chicago. So we're working on this project right now, creating these markers. We've been studying it. We're doing a beach day next week and a bike ride to go take everybody to where these markers are going to be. And we're doing a beach day to like celebrate like Black joy on the beach, because it started, this Chicago Race Riot started when a young boy, 14 years old, Eugene Williams, was on the beach, hot summer day. He was in a floaty in Lake Michigan and floated over to the white side of the lake, whatever that is. And an adult man, white man, threw rocks at him and he drowned. And it caused this riot. The city just erupted, and as it should have. But a lot of people were killed. And yeah, a lot of people don't know about it. So we're creating these castings. They've got things embedded in them. They've got words, the people's names, when they died. Will all be cast in glass, and we'll be working on this project for the next year or so. I'll let you read that. I consider myself an advocate. I would ask all of you to consider being an advocate too, for whomever it is you want to advocate for. You know, educate people, let people know how to be better people, be a better person. And these are things that you can also do. You can send us money. I mean, it's not really a plug, but for real, like if you want to support our work, go to our website and donate. You know, all of the proceeds from our website go into our youth programs. All of it. I mean it. We've got an online store. You can go and buy young people's work. They love to sell their work. And like I talked to you about when I was an artist and people bought my work and it was the greatest feeling in the world. Our young people feel that too. You know, they're like so proud of themselves, happy to sell their stuff. Support your local artists. You know, buy the work of artists in your town. You've got some great glass artists here, and artists just in general in this town. Hilltop Artists is here. They do work very similar to what we do. Go visit them and support them, and buy their people's stuff. Yeah, just be nice to each other, and that's it. That's my talk. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? What's up? Oh, here you go. She wants a picture of my t-shirt. Can you see it? You're welcome. You guys, thank you all so much for being attentive. We're going to blow glass again, and if you want to stick around, thank you. And if go check out the rest of the museum. Have a beautiful day, and thank you for being good people. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to Transparent Conversations. My name is Katie Buckingham, and I'm our curator here at Museum of Glass. And I am completely delighted to be sitting digitally next to Josh Hirschman, who has graciously agreed to share his story and his artwork featured in our exhibition Transparency, an LGBTQ+ glass exhibition. The show is the nation's first grouping of studio glass objects made entirely by the LGBTQ community, and it's a celebration of freedom and identity, and emphasizes the importance of being transparent about honesty and transparent and honest about who you are. We have been partnering with the National Liberty Museum in Philadelphia to make this exhibition happen, and we're so lucky to be the venue that gets to showcase it here on the West Coast. Before we get started, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that logged in today and to all of the artists in the exhibition, and especially the exhibition curator, Megan Pohl at the Liberty Museum. We wouldn't be able to have all these important conversations and do all this good work without you guys. So thanks for being here. And I am so excited to introduce Josh and have a conversation with him today. He is here to talk about what inspired his work and how he got involved in the exhibition. So, hello, Josh.
Hello, everyone.
To start things off, I would love to hear a little bit about how you became involved with Transparency, and what it was like being asked to be included in an exhibition that focuses on the LGBTQ+ community.
Okay, well, I guess it came about because my friend Tim Tate kind of contacted me and encouraged me to submit. And so I went ahead and did so, and was just very excited that Megan brought me on board. And so that's kind of how I kind of knew about it. I was invited to apply, but once I got in, I have to admit, I kind of had a little case of imposter syndrome. Was a little unsure if I would fit into the show. To be quite honest, this sounds silly, but maybe I didn't feel quite gay enough to be in a show about these issues, because my work isn't really about my sexuality, and I wasn't quite sure how it would fit in. So I was a little intimidated. I wasn't quite sure if the theme of the show matched kind of the theme of my work. But then the more I thought about it, I thought that this is kind of silly, and that it was really important for me to be involved in the show, because I was I was a late bloomer. I didn't come out until my mid-20s, and wasn't making work about sexuality, wasn't really involved in any LGBTQ communities. I was just kind of doing my thing. And I realized that this was a really good opportunity for me to kind of not only like come out as a proud gay man to the glass world, which largely didn't know I was gay, except for my friends and family. I wasn't really super out. And so I kind of used this as an opportunity to kind of out myself and show that, show some pride, and also be involved in this incredible community that I wasn't involved in before. And so it ended up being super empowering for me. And I don't think the curators really expected this to happen, but it ended up being a growing experience for me to be involved in this show and kind of realize that, I can be proud, but not have to, be like super involved, I didn't have to be feeling inferior as if I wasn't gay enough. That all went out the window. And so this show really helped me kind of grow as a gay person. So thank you, Megan.
I think that's really amazing. But we, when we were chatting earlier, I think the thing that's remarkable about all the work in the show is that there's a common thread of empathy and seeing the world through the eyes of others, which is the subtitle to all of the work that you have in the show. So I would be really interested to hear how you selected Capture and Derealization, which are the works that represent you and your story in the show, and why you felt they were a good fit for a show like Transparency.
Well, really I selected this work because it was very personal for me. And it was also quite, I thought, an interesting piece. It was kind of the first time I had ever discovered that my sculptures could actually take images and take portraits. So I just kind of wanted to put my most important piece out for such a show that was, just an important show. It was going to be in a museum, so I just wanted to put my best foot forward, and this piece was that. I thought it was my best piece I'd made at the time. And also it was very personal to me. So that's kind of why I selected this piece for the show.
And just for everybody listening, when you say your work takes portraits, tell us a little bit more about what you mean.
Okay, would you like me to kind of share my screen?
Yeah, let's see the work up close. And since I'm checking the chat, Billy George says, "Woo, Josh Herman."
Okay, thank you, Billy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
hello, Billy.
Share my screen with you guys. Let's go. So here is the work in its original form. This was 2014, 15. I finished this. Well, I was casting this camera here. This is a glass Rolleiflex. And while I was cold working it, I realized that if I shined light in the front, it would project an image onto the back. There is you can see it's polished, but when I was cold working, it was ground down, and it was much like a ground glass screen. So when I shined light through it, I saw an upside down reversed image appear on the back, and I had this aha moment where I realized that these cameras actually function. And so I worked with a photographer friend of mine who taught me how to create a system where I could actually capture images and on Polaroid film. And sorry to scroll through. So here's kind of me isolating the outside of the camera from the light, kind of taping everything off, turning it into a pinhole camera, and then this is kind of the archaic looking functioning of the camera where I put a Polaroid backer on the back of the camera held on by rubber bands, and so I would use it like a pinhole camera and actually expose the image using a light switch. And for many of these photos, I'd actually get people to come into a dark bathroom with me, and then I would click on the light switch for the exposure. So it doesn't get more archaic or old photo than that. So, you know, here's a portrait of the person that you can see here. I believe this is Penny getting photographed in the bathroom at Washington Glass School. Tim Tate was very nice to invite me down for an event there, and I wound up taking several portraits of collectors in the bathroom, which was hilarious. I don't think they were expecting that, and I don't think they were expecting their portraits to wind up on the wall of the National Liberty Museum or the Tacoma Museum of Glass. This is how it's displayed at the museum. I'd taken it from a kind of grid format and decided to kind of, with the encouragement from Megan and Tim, I think, to put it horizontally so it read more as a story, and you could kind of have a little bit more time and connection with each portrait. So we can go more into this later. Maybe at the end of the lecture, I can show you more of the images so you can see kind of the quality and blurriness of them.
Well, and that quality and blurriness has a special connection to you personally. Do you want to jump in and talk about that?
Yeah, you know, it was real amazing that once I started exposing those images, I realized that it really mimicked the way that I see without my glasses on. I see double, things are very blurry. If I don't have my glasses on, I can barely recognize your face. I can't read. I'm still probably legally blind without my glasses on. So that was pretty exciting to me to see that these images kind of mimic the way I see. So I was born with a lazy eye, amblyopia, where I didn't have binocular vision. I was not able to see depth perception or peripheral vision, and went through like 10 years of vision therapy in order to gain normal vision. And so that experience really, I think, affected me going from seeing the world two-dimensionally to seeing it three-dimensionally. That experience of going through that transition really affected the way I see the world and still continues to influence the art I make. So I kind of took what you might call as a minor disability and used it to kind of influence my work. And through that, I ended up doing a lot of research on visual impairments and other cognitive abnormalities, and found just through my research the kind of the condition of derealization, which I ended up titling the piece. And derealization is kind of described as an immaterial substance that separates a person from the outside world, such as a sensory fog, pane of glass, or veil. What it actually is, it's a severe occipital temporal dysfunction in the frontal cortex that makes people feel like the world around them isn't real, like they're in a movie. And I've definitely felt that before, but I felt that these images kind of express that too. They kind of put me in this very strange dreamlike state when I looked at them, or they represented that dreamlike state. So I thought that's where the title comes from. It's another kind of temporal, it's another dysfunction of vision. And so a lot of my work was based around those kind of abnormalities for a while. So really, I started embracing all of these kind of visual dysfunctions, I was very embarrassed that I couldn't see right. The visual impairment does really affect a lot of your other systems. And I started researching that, and I found out actually that binocular vision is the most complicated process that the brain undergoes. Your visual cortex is the largest part of your brain, takes the most energy, and most of that part of your brain is used in the binocular process, which means you're taking one image from each eye, two images, and turning it into one inside your mind. And that process ends up being the most complicated process that our bodies undergo. It takes more neural engagement, it takes more energy to do that. Yet we do it effortlessly without really knowing. Well, some people do, I don't. For me, it took a lot of effort. And so I found that to be profoundly interesting, that this ability to just see one image out of two eyes turned out to be the most complicated function in the whole universe, actually, because our brains are the most powerful supercomputer that exists in the universe, and that function is the most powerful function in our brain. So, most people take it for granted, but I didn't, because I didn't have that ability to see, because I didn't have two eyes that were pointed in the right direction, and one eye that was kind of pointed this way. So what happens is the brain recognizes that it's not seeing the same thing, and it shuts off one eye. So I was only seeing out of one eye, and it took 10 years of vision therapy to be able to turn on both eyes. And I do kind of remember the moment that I was able to become binocular, and it was a pretty profound moment. It was like a light switch flipped during a therapy session with my vision therapist, and all of a sudden I could see normally. And I'll never forget that moment. It was a very inspiring, significant moment in my life, which is
when you have that big of a physical paradigm shift, do you ever miss not being able to see binocularly?
Well, without my glasses, it still kind of goes back.
Okay.
If you squint and stuff, you can kind of get a picture of it. But, I wouldn't say I miss it, but what I did is I really paid attention to anomalies like that and started really allowing them and mimicking them in my work. I started using broken cameras to kind of represent, broken eyes, and allowing them to take a little bit of control of the creative process, where I wasn't as much in control anymore with my images I was taking, because I was using broken cameras with light leaks. I started doing prints on expired photo paper to, allow a lack of control. And all of those things really ended up successfully really giving me some freedom, and it let go of my tight grip on control of the artwork, and it gave it a little more of a authentic feel that I could relate to, because it's, it's how I see the world. And, it's very, very difficult to explain to somebody how you see. But I thought with kind of these practices, I was able to kind of show, like, I have impaired vision, and so my artwork is going to be kind of using impaired technology or impaired tools.
Right. Well, and I think in a show like Transparency, that direct empathy is something really powerful that art can do. It can, take something intangible like your vision, which is different even for you and I right now, and place somebody in a different perspective.
Absolutely.
And since I'm sitting here at Museum of Glass, the other thing I find really fascinating about your work is the role of glass as a mitigator, right? Like, even right now, everybody listening to this chat, or since I'm looking at the chat, Ian Grabinski and Shindo and your Aunt Lily all say hello. But all of those people are watching this conversation, and you and I are talking in a realm mitigated by glass.
Yeah.
And so much, it impacts so much of how we see. I would love to hear more about your thoughts on why you work with glass and what it means to make a camera out of that material.
Hey, well, originally I was using the camera form as like a frame or a blank canvas that I would put my photographs inside. Originally, I was taking layers of glass with digital photographs, enameled or a decal layers, and layering them into the camera. And so I just was kind of thinking like, oh, cool, the camera object, it's so recognizable. It's such a personal object that people hold and become very attached to. Each camera has a personal story. And so I was kind of taking cameras and putting those personal stories back into them, using imagery. I was creating three-dimensional environments inside of them. So I was really using the camera almost as like a frame or a canvas. And then when I realized that I could start using them as actual cameras, that they function, that kind of changed how I viewed the object that I was using. And I started thinking more about the camera as a metaphor, as, you know, it was a metaphor for the act of looking closely at something. It's the action of really looking and really learning and perceiving. And so I started putting the function back into the camera, allowing it to actually function. And so then what happened is the glass became kind of a medium for carrying imagery. And I started doing very clear cameras that were almost, people would be like, why just make a clear camera? It's just a replica, it doesn't do anything. And then I would have to let them know, I go, well, there's actually a little magic and mystery going on in here. And what I've done is I have taken away all the gears and mirrors and extremely technological computer chips that power digital cameras. And what I've done is I've just used the most raw, basic elements to capture imagery. And for me, that's pretty profound, because without all of that technology, I was still able to just use a lens and a chunk of glass to capture an image, which is, I think, this incredible phenomenon to see. There's something about taking a lens and shining light through it, and you don't see anything. There's just what we call a latent image. The image is there, but you can't see it. But then when you put a ground glass screen in front of it, all of a sudden this imagery appears. And I know that's very simple, but that was kind of the point, is returning photography back to its kind of original magic and mystery, and showing, you know, how incredible and inspiring this phenomena is, and hoping that it will encourage people to kind of reevaluate, you know, the process of filmmaking and photography, and kind of recognize it for what it is, which is kind of one of the most important, inspiring pieces of technology that humankind has ever invented. When you really think about all of the implications, they're far-reaching.
And is that why in your work the cameras that you make are more traditional and historic cameras? I mean, it's pretty remarkable that in 100 years it's become such a ubiquitous technology. You know, I'm sitting 2 seconds from my camera that's also my phone.
Right, you know, yes, there is that. Honestly, I just find the vintage models, the film models, to just be more beautiful. And, you know, I'm presenting them as sculptures. And so if I was to cast a simple point and shoot camera, it would just be boring. But so that's one reason why I use vintage cameras. But I'm also using a little nostalgia, and I am also talking a little bit about the digital divide that occurred I'm of the generation where, you know, when I was beginning as an artist, we were all using slide film, and I was a black and white photographer, and I really, really loved just the craft of photography, the smell and the dark room and the process of making photos and developing film. And I found that there was a real different sense of attention to capturing images with a traditional film camera. You were looking through the viewfinder, you were bringing it to your face, you were much more connected in that moment of capturing an image than people are now with, you know, phones that are also cameras, but really they're not. They're cameras, but people are just snapping away images. And it's been shown that majority of images people take with their phones are never seen again. They're uploaded to the cloud, they're deleted, they're never seen. And so, although I have no problem with digital photography, I embrace it and I think it's incredibly powerful and love digital photography. But I find just, with the iPhone, it's taken away from, I think, that magical importance of taking an image. People just snap without even really looking what they're looking at. And so it's kind of taken away, I think, a little bit of the quality of image making and potential that it has. Not everybody, people still care. So, you know, there's a little bit of that, a little bit of this in it. I could go on forever talking about that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you think about what is the purpose of having all these photos in the cloud? Like if we're not capturing and reviewing a memory, why do it?
Well, I guess what is great is you can go back. You know, that it's taken the 36 exposure limit and throw that out the window. Now you snap away, and I have to say I do love going back into my cloud and looking at images I took 6 years ago that I never reviewed, and it's really wonderful that I don't have to have a limit. I can snap anything I want, but also having that limit, having that 36 film strip limit really made me think more about what I was photographing. And before I pushed that, button, I really wanted to make it count. But now, there's good and bad in that as well. Of course, without having that limit, you can not be so precious about things and just snap 1,000 photos and potentially get a better one because you were able to take 1,000 and choose that one that was right. So there's no hierarchy in it. There's advantages and disadvantages to both fields.
Getting back to the work in the gallery, Billy George on Facebook makes a really good observation that by changing the composition of the photos in our display that's at the museum, it reads more like a film strip or a story. Is that something you think you're going to continue to do?
Yes, I have for a while wanted to revisit this project because the original one was done in 2014 and I haven't, for some reason, done a second version. This was just an unbelievably satisfying and successful project, which went a couple of years of taking portraits to get all the ones that I got. And I kind of finished it and left it there. And so now I am trying to find a new model and I will be revisiting this. It's a huge amount of time and effort to get it to work, but I totally embrace that. And so I will be doing more, and we'll see what kind of format it ends up being. I'm gonna let it play out the way it wants to. I don't really know if it'll be a grid or a horizontal format, but I have to say I really do like the horizontal format, the way it reads, more of a book, flipping through a photo book kind of idea.
Yeah, I like.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Pearl Dick, the woman in the center. Hey, Pearl. She works and lives and works in Chicago. She's been working glass for 25 years, and she's our visiting artist this week. The project we're working on today, this is her drawing on the floor. We're making the thing in pieces. So we've already made the heads. We made most of the tubes. We've got to finish up the tubes, and then we're going to join the whole thing together. You can see a sort of similar construction here on the table with the sculpted heads and the sort of tubular neck. Let me just start you off with a little quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors close. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each one is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass is like honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass. A little bit sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a little balloon. So what they're doing over there at this moment is we made a bunch of the parts working this morning. That oven, the silver oven with a curved side, is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. So all the parts that we've made already are in the garage, staying warm. The garage operates about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking. It's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra. If you watch Sarah on your right, she's dipping into the furnace. And that glowing yellow-orange mass, that's the hot glass. Sarah's shaping the glass now. She's using a tool called the block. It looks like a little scoop. It's made out of wood. We store it in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn or it doesn't leave any marks as we shape it, as we shape the glass. So the general purpose of that tool is just to make everything nice and even, to distribute the glass along the bubble if you want more at one end or more in the back. But it really, we haven't yet got to the part where we're really shaping the actual object. Anybody got any questions so far? So if you watch Sarah again, she's going to dip that bubble into our big tank of melted glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So depending on how big something is, we say it's 1 gather, 2 gathers, 3 gathers. That's just how many times we dip it in the furnace. So as Sarah shapes it, Pearl is holding a wooden paddle in front of her hand to shield her from the heat. Right now, they squeeze in the glass. I don't have to hold these here. So now we're going to bust off that little flange. Anybody got any questions? So we're getting ready to join the sections. We put up the Encalmo drawing. Look on the big screen. When we join two hollow bubbles of different colors or different patterns, it's called Encalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. And we usually do it when we want a section of a color or a pattern and we want a very clean transition to the next color. So get a nice crisp section of whatever, red, yellow, checkers, crisscross. Thank you. Anybody got any questions? So we're preparing the two sections so that they match. The openings are exactly the same diameter. Hey, how are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Can we put up the drawing of the sculpture, the chalk drawing? Serena, can we put up the drawing, the chalk drawing? There we go. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see the artist's drawing. What? Well, yes, be joined at the forehead. And so we're making right now the kind of tubular necks. The heads are in the garage. The heads are in the garage. So here comes Gabe with the next section to be joined for one of the nets. Press the two hot sections together, they fuse. We'll smooth out the joint, and then we'll break it off the original pipe. Little water where we want the glass to break. And give the pipe a tap, and off it should come. The glass is in these furnaces. There's a big ceramic pot in the bottom with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the pot is 2,100 degrees, and it's like the consistency of honey. So we take the steel pipe, put it in, a little bit of the glass sticks to the pipe. The pipe is hollow. When we blow, it blows up like a little balloon. Okay, we buy colored glass. We don't cook it up here. When you make colored glass, you take the 3 ingredients of clear glass, sand, soda ash, and lime, and you add some kind of metal. Most of the colorants are metals, not all of them. So cobalt makes it turquoise. Cobalt makes it blue. Copper makes it turquoise. A little bit of gold makes it red. So it's the metals dissolved in the glass that give it its colors. Ben looks like he's going to trim off a little bit. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He's going to give it a nice squeeze. I think we'll just break off that end. Give the glass a tap. Whoa, knock off that flange. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. We put it in a big round oven, kind of heats up the whole thing. If we want to get just this part hot or this part, we use the torch. We're bringing another section of these tubular nets. We make each section individually, and then we fuse them together. When we join two sections of a hollow bubble together, it's called Incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. here. So there's going to be two necks, and there'll be two heads will be joined at the floor. We're working on this all day. First thing we did was make the two heads. Yeah, it's just with metal tools. We blow a bubble, and then we start to poke it until it looks like a head. we do a little stretching, and like we attach something else to it, and then kind of pull out a little section for the nose, and we take metal paddles and sort of carve in details. It's just basically heat and poke, heat and poke, heat and poke. The torches allow us to soften just a specific part. So if I want to shape the ear, but I don't want to lose any of the stuff that I did already, then I can just torch that ear part, and only that will be soft. I can work on that. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when it's first cooked up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, uranium makes it a kind of yellow-green. So we don't cook up any colored glass here. We buy colored glass. We buy it kind of like an artist buys paint. And we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a little chunk of colored glass, and then we'll melt a layer of colored glass over the clear. You look at this thing, it looks orange. If you cut through it, yeah, it's orange, but it's only that one skinny layer. That went over the original quick bubble. If you look really close, you can see the little clear. So we color each piece individually, so we can have any color we want, any time we want. If we cooked up the orange glass in the big furnace, it would be great, it would be cheap, but we could only make orange things. So now Ben in the center, tall guy. He's kind of shaping the glass. We're straightening the sides of the neck by rolling it on what we call the newspaper marver. Big steel table is called the marver, and when we put the wet newspaper on it, it's called the newspaper marver. And rolling on the wet newspaper, as in comparison to rolling on the steel, if we rolled on the steel, it would leave marks on the surface. We roll on the wet newspaper, it leaves no marks. So we're going to drill a small hole. The drill is an electric drill, regular electric drill, but chucked up in it is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We can heat the tip of the tungsten rod till it glows, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. So that gives us a little hole so we can blow into that form from the bottom. Here comes Sarah with the punty. We're going to switch the glass from the rod it was blown on to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. And that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the glass piece from the bottom while we shape the top. Blowing a little air on the punty to cool it and stiffen it a bit so it can bear the weight. We're going to drip some water where we want the glass to break. The cold water will hit the hot glass and crack it, and just a sharp tap on the pipe will release it. So Gabe in the center is making a punty. In other words, that's going to hold the piece while we assemble it, but a very unusual size and shape. You're going to make those two arms into like a little fork shape. And then we're going to use that to hold the thing while we assemble. So this punty, P-U-N-T-Y, that Gabe is making in the center bench, this is just to hold the sculpture. It's not part of the sculpture. It's to hold the sculpture while we assemble. Once we're done, it's all assembled, we'll break it off of that. I'm not exactly sure. So I was correct. It's going to be, the punty's going to hold the two heads, and then we're going to put the neck on one, the neck on the other, bend it a little, and we'll be done. Sarah's grabbed one of the heads on the bench on the left. We made the heads this morning. We've been staying in here, staying warm. Now we're going to heat it up and get it ready to attach it to the punty, the big fork-shaped thing that Gabe has in the center. So we've let that puntee cool off a bit and get stiff. And now we're reheating the tips so that the puntee it's stiff, it holds its shape, but the little ends will be sticky. They'll be hot, soft, and sticky. So we're sticking the head to the puntee, U-N-T-Y. So now, Trent is coming over with one of the heads. We're going to break it off the metal pipe. Ben, tall guy's going to grab it with his Kevlar gloves. And we'll stick it on the other arm of the punty. P-U-N-T-Y. This oven is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,300. Oh, at that point, it's probably somewhere around 1,400. Goes below 900, it becomes brittle enough that it can break. They're making the sculpture drawing on the floor. Can we put up the sculpture drawing? See if we can get you on the big screen for you. Yes, so that's what they're making. Yes, this will be also white and black. And then the neck parts will be, several colored sections, just like in the drawing. We've been working on it all day. you just came in, our guest artist is Pearl Dick, the one to the right of the round furnace. She's working with our resident team of glass blowers, and we're making this sculpture that you see drawn on the floor. We've been working on the parts all day long. All the parts are made, and now we're assembling. Well, when we assemble something like this, part of the tricky part is keeping all the parts at the same temperature. The thicker parts will cool slower, thinner parts will cool faster. The parts that go furthest into the oven will be the hottest. Parts that stick out will be cooler. So you're constantly fighting to get everything down to the close to the same temperature. That's your ideal. We're getting ready to attach the neck to one of the heads. Here we go. Ben's coming over with the neck. We'll attach it to the head. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So we've attached this section to this section to this section. Now we have one last section. We've got to clean this up, then one last section to go. If just anybody's interested in seeing the finished object, it's going to go into our annealer, and then it's going to get sent to Chicago, and so on and so forth. So check Pearl Dick, her website. Just click Pearl Dick and Artist into Google, and it'll come up. And yeah, in about a month and a half before she gets it ground and polished and photographed and posted. That's not going to happen right away. That's the best place to see the finished object. Well, whatever color you start with, that's the color you're going to end up with. So if you apply red glass to something, it'll look funny while it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be red again. Depends. It depends. The hotter, the thicker something is, the longer it stays soft. And they can't get it too hot because then things will start to deform. They want to get it hot enough to shape, but not so hot that the whole thing starts to bend and twist. And so it's a, and when they use the torches, they can just heat the part that they want to shape and leave the rest of it alone. Coming in, guys. So we now have all the pieces attached. We'll move them around a little bit, make sure we have all the proper angle. You want the two necks farther apart. We're going to heat up where the neck meets the head. Soften that up and try to push them out further from each other. Microphone so you can talk loud to people.
Hey!
You know any songs? Can you sing a song? It can make things very loud. If you want to talk into it, you gotta sing a song for it. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Just want to give everybody the heads up. It's 4:30. The museum closes at 5. So if there's anything else you want to do while you're here, go to the exhibits, go to the gift store, anything, now would be the time to think about it. We'll be working probably straight through till 5. So if you want to stay and watch, that's cool as well. I think we are about at the end. I see Sarah putting on a silver jacket, the same one she wore in Las Vegas at her debut. Jacket is made out of Kevlar. It's a heat-resistant insulating material. And she'll carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled slowly overnight. Probably over several days. Excuse me. We're trying to let the glass be as even as possible throughout the whole sculpture. And then we want it to get down to a temperature where the glass is hard. So once we take it off that pole, we don't want it to move again. So here we go. Drip a little water where we want it to break. And a sharp tap, and off she comes. So that concludes our demonstrations for the day. Museum closes in 12 minutes. Thank you all for coming.